And I make it back just at the last second. Good morning, bedbreads and sleepyheads. Welcome to the 2 hours late Wednesday work-along stream / co-working stream. Also, first of all, congratulations, Brian. For first. Second, that needed to get cleared. I completely forgot. Hello, Denzel, and hello, Brian, of course. I hope that everybody is doing well today. A work stream perfect. Is it perfect, Denzel? What makes it so perfect? What doth thou have to do that thou must get thine work done? Also, I feel like I'm a little bit off center again. There we go. That's more correct. I got shenanigans to do today. I gotta start by doing my wake-up workout, because I basically got out of bed and was like, I'm so late! And just grabbed a bowl of cereal and threw some old yesterday tea in the microwave and scrambled my way through this, so I haven't gotten to do that yet, so that's the first thing that we gotta do. And then second, I gotta do programming homework. Oh wait, no, hold on. To-do list. That goes before that. And then we'll be adding stuff accordingly. So we're gonna be doing I'm gonna have to be doing a fair bit of things today, and I'm most embarrassed. Oh, that's right. I need to also edit short. Progress. Excuse me. But how are you doing, Brian? How are you doing, Denzel? I hope that you both are doing very well today. I'm so glad that I have this little emote now, because it's just how I feel. Like, this was me this morning. Just very like, well, I could just not get out of bed. I could just coil up and just be like, and then regret filled my mind, and embarrassment consumed. A French bread pizza out of the oven for dinner? Oh, hell yeah, Brian. Consider me jealous. Oh, I should just put this, eat dinner. Because technically I've had breakfast / lunch, but I know in like 2-ish hours I'm going to be like, wow, that bowl of cereal did nothing. Just straight nothing. We're going to do that. There we go. Already got 5 things on the list. The wake-up workout's only going to be like 10-ish minutes probably, because it's just a quick little cluster of just move, function, workout. There's a good series of words here. I haven't figured them out yet. It's a mixture of like a light workout and like minor like stretching. Cause I need it in the mornings, cause I'm an old man, and if I don't do the stretches in the morning, I'm gonna be an in pain old man who also keeps slamming his goddamn knee against the freaking desk. It's like the 3rd stream in a row that I've managed to go, oh! This is the life we live here, unfortunately. Just work from bed, no more slamming. Oh, Gwen, this is why we pay you the big bucks. We need you here to as like the consultant, the blanket consultant, to be like, listen, you don't ever have to leave the bed if you don't want to. And it's like, she's right. Brilliant. And then I presume what happens, how to say it, is what happens to every consultant. They just throw a wad of money at you of unspecified amounts, and you go back to living your happy life as a rich consultant. I don't know, every time that I hear anything about, like, consultant work and such, it's just like, They're just people with some, like, minorly relevant knowledge who just go around, like, pretending they know more than they do, and then they get paid a lot. But you would be bringing the, like, not only the knowledge of the bed/blankets, but you would also bring the power of the undead. So you'd be more qualified than anybody else. They'd be like, I know something about beds, and you'd be just like, I literally am a specter that haunts blankets. Fight me. You can't. I'm incorporeal. Also, how are you, Gwen? I hope that you're doing well today. Oh goodness, I think I have to get excuse me. I think I have to get started already. Let me make sure that I put that up so that people know. Yeah, we'll do a 45. We'll do a 45er as we normally am one to do. We'll just do a 45er, you know. We'll just do a straight 45er here. And then from there, we will... Well, when I get back, we'll have a little chat as per usual. See where we're at, see what we're doing, all the good stuffs. But that comes after we hit the go button. For now, we gotta hit the go button. I got stuff to do. I got a list of things. I'm going to expand it just to remind myself of all the stuff that I need to do today. One of them is hidden. You guys don't need to know what it is. Blocks off the to-do list. But alright, everybody. We're going to hit the go button. If you would like to, if you are working on stuff too and would like to share, by all means do so. All you need to do is type !task and then type the thing that you're doing and it will be added to the list onto the side. But for now, we hit the go and we get started. I will see you guys in about 45 minutes. And...
So let's consider another program now that's a little bit more involved now that we've taken our initial steps into Python. So what's this program going to do? So I'm going to take you through step by step because this program is a little bit more interactive. It's actually going to get input from the user. So when this program starts off, it's going to start executing as main, as we saw before. And I've taken out sort of the top comments and stuff like that just to focus on the code. There's a print statement. What this print statement's going to do, and what I'm going to represent down here is the terminal. So I'm going to things that get printed to the terminal. I'm just going to show them in this box down here. So first line comes along and it does this print statement. It says this program adds 2 numbers. And as you know now with the print statement, what's going to get printed on the terminal is all the text in between the double quotes. The double quotes aren't actually printed, but this program adds 2 numbers and the period is printed to the terminal. Now what happens next? What happens next is we have the statement called input. And what input does is this the way to ask the user of the program, and the user being whoever's sitting there at the terminal, to put some data or some information into the program. And so what input does is it comes along and it will print out on the terminal all the text that's between the 2 quotes. So enter first number, as you can see, is what gets printed here out on the terminal. And then it sort of sits there like the cursor is just waiting there for you to type something. And so when you type something and hit enter, whatever you type in and hit enter, that text is going to get stored inside a box with the name num1. And a little preview for you, that num1 is what we actually call a variable. Basically, it's just a place where we can store information inside the computer. So let's say, for example, the user types on the screen the number 9 and hits enter, right? So that's why I put it in sort of blue font there, and it's italics because that's what the user input would be. They would type the number 9 and hit input. That text for the number 9, you can see I put it in double quotes to indicate that it's text, is actually, Python takes that as the result of input and says, where do I want to store that? I want to store that into this thing called num1. So it creates a box called num1 and puts that text 9 into it. Now, if we want to do something with that text 9, like we want to treat it as the number 9, we need to convert it to the number 9 because right now it's just a piece of text.
Right. Sorry, my lesson is like right in between transitioning over, and I know that the next lesson is not going to be shorter than the allotted time for the rest of the hour, so I figured I would just pop back in and see how everybody was doing. If anybody's wondering why in the heck I'm randomly muttering to myself, a long while ago, I watched a video somewhere talking about the idea of to learn something really well is to try to teach it. And their example was, like, if you have something on your desk, every time that you learn something, teach that thing on your desk what you just learned. So every time I hit something, I'm like, I need to remember that. I will pick up my little toast boy that I have on my desk, and I'll be just like, all right, BB, here's what we learned today. This is what's going on. You got that? Good. And I put him away again, and then I go back to doing what I was learning before, or go on to the next part of the lesson. I don't know if it actually works, but theoretically it works. And also, again, Sunny Bay, thank you so much for the raid. I very much appreciate it. Hello, everybody. For those who don't know, my name is WillSleepsNot. Welcome to the Sleepy Bread Clubhouse, where we play a variety of games. On Wednesdays, we do co-work streams, and on Saturdays, we do art. If that sounds appealing to you at all, then by all means, sit back, relax, get cozy, get comfortable. And if not, thank you so much for stopping by, and I hope that you have a great rest of your day. And George, thank you so much for the follow. Blah, 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 blah. When I don't talk for a little while, all of a sudden, all capability of communique has just vanished. Blah. The tongue don't work when it just sits there kind of going, whoa. I was making an animated series. Like, why don't I make a game based on events? Because the between episodes, and just use the assets from my... Hey, that's not a bad idea. If nothing else, it gives you a lot of chance to experiment and learn and do trials and errors, which is always very common and stuff like that. As somebody who is an animator by trade, you learn a lot of things about what work and don't work just simply due to trying stuff. You'll start posing a character and you'll be like, oh, this particular rigging does not work. Like the polygons really deform in this part of the arm, or, you know, like around the hip when you do this action. It's like, okay, do I go back in and completely re-rig this thing? Get the weight painting changed? Or do I manipulate it in the moment and just, you know, move the character in a way that particular pose snaps by really quickly so that it's not visible? Or put them in a position where that abnormality is hidden? Or, again, another way is change the camera angle so that it's hidden. There are so many shows, like kid shows, where you can see that they wanted to not do the walk cycle, so they have the camera angle from the waist up so that you don't have to animate their legs. It's just like, yep, that'll save me a couple of minutes. Look, it'll save you time, I'm just saying. And if it saves you time, isn't that what it's all about at the end of the day if you're trying to get stuff done with a deadline? I mean, if you don't have a deadline, obviously do what you want to do, but sometimes it's like, well, I don't really like this camera angle anyway, so let's just move it closer. And then also, I don't have to animate his legs, or her legs, or their legs, whichever legs it might happen to be. Oh, especially if it's like a spider character, and you're just like, that is 8 legs I have to animate. I might have like an animation cycle already off of the distance that I can use. It's just like, or waist up. But I don't want it to gather dust at the same time. Absolutely. That's what's happening with a bunch of my projects, unfortunately, because they're just like, oh, this is a really cool thing to do. Let's go do that for a while. And then the thing that I was working on just kind of sits in a bin. I have like a long list of like projects that I'm working on, and every time I look at it, I'm like, no, my babies. R.I.P. Perhaps one day. Excuse me. Though sometimes you can take old projects and recycle them into new projects. Like, there's lots of approaches that, there's lots of ways that you can make sure that stuff gets recycled. And it's like, well, this project is a little bit either beyond my scope, or I just can't quite get the motivation to do it. But the general concept of it, let's say the lore, or the feeling, or some, as you had said earlier, George, like some assets that you already had, you'd be like, well, I can take this and recycle it into something else. That's relatively easy to do. But everybody, unfortunately, we have ads coming up, and we don't like ads. We don't like to indulge the server spirits, even though they really desperately want you to look at ads. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our little 3-minute ad break, but we're just going to not pay attention to it. So during the 3-minute ad break, if you guys can or are able to, I hope that you get up and stretch, grab yourself something to eat, grab yourself something to drink, make sure you guys are taking care of yourselves. I will be back ASAP. BRB. And we're back. Thank you everybody for waiting. All right. We did that. We're going to be doing that still some more. There we go. And also, what projects are you working on? Oh my goodness. As of right now, I am working on... Let's see. I'm writing... I'm the writer for a 2-person little comic book project. I am working on my second poetry book. I'm working on learning programming in order to make a game that I've had in my head for a couple of months, probably more than like a couple of years, but still. I'm planning on 2 different things for the VTubing situation alone that are just going to be kind of in the back pocket for a little bit. That's the ones that I'm like currently working on. The ones that are on the back burner, I'd have to actually go and look up what they all are. They're in there somewhere. They're doing their thing. Also, I think this son of a gun managed to move. Yeah, it looks like you moved. Gosh dang it. Well, we just gotta do the thing really quick. Looking into VTubing? Absolutely, VTubing. This is the era to get into VTubing in terms of ease of entrance. Like, it cannot get easier to get into streaming than it is right now. What with so many free programs and tutorials and advice and communities and niches, like, there's so much that you can do on basically a nothing budget. Finish shift. Hello, Dub Shadow. I'm sorry that you're due working today, but good luck, be brave. I believe in you. That shift got nothing on you. You're going to be out here giving it the people's elbow. Going full The Rock on it. Just going... Just absolutely ruining it. There won't be anything left to even tell the tale of your epic battle because it'll be gone. Dust. So if you notice me twitching, I'm trying to get my model's pose right where I want it to be. Work on rebrand. Do we get to ask about this, Dub Shadow? Or is it like how to say it, an out loud secret where it's like, I'm working on something. Shh. Say nothing. Tell no one. In which case, I will tell no one. But I will be peeking over being like, what you doing there? What's going on? I want to know what's going on. Alright, everybody, it is time to go back to work. I think I'm going to be finishing this lesson within this hour. I hope so. But as said, I will continue to try to communicate to the best of my abilities. If I take a little while, just presume that I'm really focused on things. But I'll see you guys in about 50-ish minutes. You already know but may not remember. I mean, true. I have an incredibly crappy memory. Horrifically crappy. Like, for my partner, I didn't know when our anniversary was, so I just basically spent an entire, like, 2 weeks just being like, happy anniversary? It's like, no, it's not today. Okay. The next day, happy anniversary? I've done it with a friend too, where I didn't know when their birthday was, so just through the entire month it was like, happy birthday. It's not my birthday. All right, next day, happy birthday. Not my birthday. Next day, happy birthday. And eventually they're just like, when I hit the number, which I think was like the 17th, so they had to deal with 17 happy birthdays. They're just like, thank you for the birthday wishes. So naturally, the correct thing to do the next day was, happy birthday. To be fair, same as not on my calendar, I don't remember. That's why I make to-do lists, so that I can go to my to-do lists and like scan through them and be like, all right, what were we doing earlier? Okay, we were working on that. Yeah, okay, we did that. Yeah. It do help. Slowly but surely. Excuse me. Take all the time you need when you're able. I am very easy to distraction. So when I see that somebody's messaged, I'm like, oh, message. Oh, message. Just every time it's like, peek over. Peek over. And sometimes I peek over because I don't want my model to be funky, because sometimes my model's a little bit funky. And then I get very cranky-dory because it's like, what happened? But all right, we are going to head back. We're going to do a nice 50-minute work session. I mean, I feel like we're doing work sessions without really any breaks, because my breaks are basically just telling you, like, hey, by the way, we're going to ads. C'est la vie. 'Tis the life of a streamer and a VTuber and an ADHDer especially. Just like, no, I have things to do. Now's not the time to take breaks. All right, everybody. I will see you guys in about 50 minutes. And Gosh dang it. I'm not done yet. Congratulations, Commander. That's really neat. I hope that it turned out really, really well. I've been thinking about potentially getting a tattoo, but I need to get it designed first. And that's a whole other thing. I know what I would want, but I'm not much of an artist, so I would need to either hire an artist to draw it for me, or I would need to... Tracking software? Are you having a time right now? You having a go at it? You struggling? The heck is happening here? Let me retry this. Are we better now? Yep, just the software having a little bit of a conniption. Yeah, it looks nice. It's sore and itchy. Yeah, that sounds about right. I have a buddy who has a full sleeve from his wrist to his shoulder, and that took him a couple of goes, and he's just done a couple of times. He's like, it's so itchy, dude. It's so itchy. Also, crap, wait, pre-rolls are already up. We need to take a quick little 3-minute break if you guys can. We're able to, if you get up and stretch, grab yourself something, grab yourself something, make sure you guys take care of yourselves. We'll be back ASAP, BRB, I'm sorry. And we back. It's their job, though. And, it doesn't matter if it's their job. Causing causing problems. Where has it been to? Seems super friendly and accommodating, especially when I got my first one. Definitely could tell I was a nervous wreck. Yeah, exactly. Just like, hi. I don't know what I'm doing. And hello, not the big boss. How are you? There we go. I am lost. I remember when I had to get, this is mildly off topic, but speaking of like could tell nervous wreck, I had to go for a heart ultrasound at one point, and don't sound good. I'm fine. I don't got any issues. I'm not sniffly. I'm not, I don't know. I don't know. But I was supposed to go get an ultrasound for my heart, and I had to go really, really early in the morning, like really early. And it was really far away from where I was, so I had to take buses that I'd never taken before, and I got there like even earlier than I needed to. And I get to the front door and there's no one inside. And I'm like, oh, good God, I am in the wrong spot. You know, like mentally it's like, oh God, I'm in the wrong spot. So I start roaming around like the different entrances, just like, am I supposed to go here? Am I supposed to go here? Am I supposed to go here? And then finally at one point I see a sign that's just like this way to hospital. And I'm like, okay. So I follow that sign and I walk in, and as soon as I start walking in, and like I take about 20 steps, and I'm like, I am not where I'm supposed to be, because there are doctors walking by, and there's, you know, like people on stretchers, and I'm like, oh, I am not. This is the doctors only area. Oh, crap. Oh, I'm not supposed to be here. And finally, this one shorter doctor lady walks over to me, and it's just like, you look lost. And I'm like, I'm very lost. And they're like, okay, go this way. Like, and that will get you to like the place that you need to go. And lo and behold, it was exactly where I was standing at the very beginning, and I could have just walked inside. There were just no receptionists at the time because it was like 5 a.m. So I walk in, I do the receptionist stuff. In fact, I walk in, I sit down to wait for a receptionist to open up, and the moment that a receptionist open up, I stand up to go walk towards it, and this other guy just like scurries past me, and it's just like, hi, I have an appointment. And I'm like, I know that you know I was sitting here, you son of a bitch. And then lo and behold, it's like, I do the receptionist, like, yeah, you gotta go here. I'm like, okay, and like, da, 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 da. And I start walking, and I'm like, kind of like, where am I supposed to go? And all of a sudden, as if descended from on high, the same short lady doctor that helped me earlier comes down the escalator, sees me, and is like, are you still lost? And I'm like, yeah, I'm supposed to go to this. And she's like, that doorway. And I'm like, thank you so much. Thank you. Blessed to that lady. She saved my bacon. Me just casually walking through, like, the doctor part of the hospital was great. I wanted to die. There's only one way to fix this. Death. Except it wouldn't work because I would have been surrounded by doctors. So it would have been like, oh, I died, and they're just like, get this man to one of the rooms and shock paddle him. And I'd be like, no, please. Just let me go. Let me go. Ah. It'd be a whole struggle is what I'm trying to say. Anyway. We're gonna go for 45 minutes this time. Reminder that if you wish to partake in the tasks, you can write your task down by writing !task, space, and then whatever it is that your task is. You can scratch it off as you go. All right. I'm going to be muted again because we're back to working. I got to get this freaking programming done. I'm going to hit the button. I'll see you guys in a bit. And... I'm not ready yet. I'm working. Can't get a date? You don't need to have a date. Dates are for people who want dates. And you know what? I'm more of a peach guy. Ah! Ah! Wow. Ooh, tough crowd today. It seems just immediate double like, ugh. So you say, you know what? In hindsight, Jam Jam, maybe I chose the wrong fruit in this situation to I chose wrong. I chose poorly. I should have said like prunes or plums or I don't know, what are dates similar to? Am I just crazy right now? Hold on. Dates. What is a similar food to a date? Should I have said raisin, maybe? Oh, a fig! I should have said fig! I am very upset with myself right now. I am sad. I am embarrassed. I hope we can all move past this situation. I hope. And if not, I'll understand. It would have been such an easy figures. Well done, Lunity. I'm glad that my terrible jokes are finally starting to rub off on you. Oh, excuse me. The yawns. Oh, I was working on the editing, but and for some reason I misdid something, and I also realized that the lighting in this edit is going to be super freaking dark. Like, it's gonna be very, very dark. And it's like, all right, well, c'est la vie, as the children say. They say that. I will not be corrected in this regard. Thank you kindly. The only problem is I'll need to zoom out slightly, because otherwise the whole purpose of the shot doesn't even work. And that's a problem in and of itself. Also, Cobalt is being a bum and is streaming earlier than I was expecting, and I wanted to go raid him, and I'm like, do I just raid him now and just accept the situation of being only a 3-hour stream, and I'll just work on the edit after stream? While watching Cobalt? That sounds like a pretty positive thing. The problem is I only have about 3 minutes to decide this option, and I've got bouncy leg syndrome at the moment, so it's like... Only a 3-hour stream. Jam Jam, I have to stream every single day this month. Well, I have to in the sense of that... You know the meme of the person standing and behind them is them standing, but they have a gun to their head? That's me right now. I'm like, you better keep streaming, and I'm like, oh, okay. You know what? I'll finish this edit on stream. That's what we'll do. We'll finish this edit on stream, and then we'll go over. So we'll take the quick ad break now. Do that whole thing. And then we'll get, and I'll actually, like, I'll be gone a little bit longer. I'll go toss some pasta in the microwave and heat it up, and we'll have a ham. Ad break these nut. Jam. Because of that, I know that the ads are now going to be DoorDash, and I hope that you get the door. No, I don't. I don't wish those DoorDash ads on anybody. Those things make me angry. Unless DoorDash specifically sponsors me, I will continue to tell people don't use DoorDash. It's dumb and stupid. Oh my god. You know what? I don't know how many people are in stream right now, but I have a suspicion that the majority of you are subscribed. So, in hindsight, any ad threat means nothing, because I can just be like, oh, you wait and see, I'll send those ads your way, and it's just like, subbed, and it's like, damn it! As I throw my my pencil across the way. No. I throw my hat onto the floor, and it bounces on the floor and immediately lands back on my head again, and I'm like, well, I'm just upset right now. Got to give that little southern accent there, because that's supposed to happen to like a southern sheriff trying to get those dang Duke boys. Or something. I don't know. Anyway, we're going to take a quick little break. I'm going to be gone for a little bit more than 3 minutes because I need to go heat up some foods. In the meantime, and grab some more water, because Ignis has officially reduced my hydration levels in terms of mug container to 0. So we need to also go fill this up. So in the meantime, everybody, you guys got your to-do lists if you wish to do them. If not, please relax for the next 3 minutes. 3, 4, 5 minutes. Probably about 4 minutes, roughly. I shall be back ASAP, and also good luck, be brave, bye Lunity, and I will be back in about 3 to 5-ish minutes, which is basically ASAP. BRB, and Dorn, thank you so much for the resub. Ah, boop. Bam. I had to snooze ads just to make sure that went through. All right, we'll be back ASAP, BRB. Alright, we're back. I'm gonna take a little bit to eat Dinor, and then we will continue doing the works. But thank you again, Dorn, for the resub. That's very kind of you. 37 months. Let's go! And also, Ignis, thank you for the hydrate. There you go. You got your gosh dang hydrate. Where's your hydrate, by the way? Dang it, Ignis! Now I'm just gonna sit here and quietly eat pasta and just not say anything because I'm upset. Never understand how you ship so well. I'm doing it aggressively at the moment, Lunity. Don't worry. This is planned. This is planned aggression. It's basically terrorism. In like the most non-terrorism kind of way, you know? You know? I'm so glad I fried the pork the way that I did. Oh, just throwing a bit of pork into some pasta just to add that little chewy feel. Wonderful. It's actually holding for now. Let's go! You're on your adventure. Also, wait, what is Dub Shadow's task? Get distracted by things. I didn't quite see what it was. Get distracted and make a meme emote for someone. That is an absolutely reasonable thing to do. I will never fault you for such things. Ignis, why don't you go eat your dinner? Why don't you go eat that food of yours? Why don't you do that? Also, I hope that the rest of you are also going to be eating dinner at some point. I know for some of you guys it's still a little bit early. There we go. But make sure that you're doing a good eatings. It's cooking. What are you eating, Ignis? What are you eating? What's on the docket for tonight? I mean, I could guess, but I'd rather you just tell me. I'm sorry that I'm being like this. Just to be clear, I do apologize. Chicken and broccoli. Oh, do you have some rice in it too? Okay, bye. No, only veggies tonight. Interesting. If it wasn't for the fact that chicken's kind of on the expensive side, at least in my area. And no problem at all, Jim. Have yourself a good time. If it wasn't for the fact that chicken was as expensive as it was, there's a part of me that wants to be like, I bet I could do the same meal as Ignis for a month. You know, like just make it happen and be like, all right, in solidarity, I will eat the same meal for this entire month. I've done it before. Not in terms of food, but in terms of, like, solidarity. It's the reason that my hair is as long as it is right now. I gotta get it cut soon so that it can be donated. Actually, now that I think about it, one thing that we could do, maybe at the end of this month, I'll have to look into stuff. Could do, because I think I want to get my hair cut probably by the end of this month. We could do a charity stream. Since the haircut is supposed to be going for wigs for cancer patients, because, well, a long while ago, a friend of mine in college had non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. And that's when I started cutting my hair, because what was it? Our teacher made the proclamation of just like, not a single one of you is going to like do anything in solidarity for this person, like in a very just like, how to say it, in like a taunt kind of way. And I'm just like, I'm their friend, I'll do it. So that night I shaved my head. About 3/4 of the way through, I realized I should have mentioned that to my then girlfriend. By the time I mentioned it, it was far too late to stop, because it was a borderline clean head shave. She was very unamused. So, like, oh, by the way, I'm shaving my head at the moment. You're what? I'm shaving my head at the moment. Why? Because our one friend has cancer and I want to support them. I see. Me. Yeah, I'm basically already completely done. This was in the middle of November. It was very cold. I went from having shoulder-length hair to being bald. During between -5 and -15 degrees Celsius, which would be like probably like 27 to about 20 Fahrenheit. Maybe a little bit colder. Can't do the math as well as I would like. Swing shift, I used to get a crew cut in the summer to keep my head cool. Nice, Brian. My dad during the summers does that, where he just literally go, when his best friend used to visit during the summers, they would both just go full bald, like, would get like the lathering cream, you know, for like actual like clean razor shaves. And you could then tell exactly where my father's hairline was for a couple of days, because the rest of him was either sunburnt or very tanned, and then the top of his head would be as pale as my character model is. And then he'd come in on the first day and his head would be bright red, because it's like, yeah, what did you expect, that you weren't gonna get sunburns? And he's like, you know, it is what it is. Oh, hey, you want to do charity streams? Yeah, I would like to at some point, Ignis. If I'm going to cut my hair anyway, might as well be like a wind-up to it. I can take some pictures, at least of my hair in like the before and the after, and how much hair like got cut off and such. I think Ignis is already gone, so me answering that question is just a puff of hot air. Just gone. Never to be seen again. I'm now gone. Ah, she's back. I'm holding a bowl of hot food, so I can't go down enough, but I'll try this again. Ah! Don't tell her I'm here. Yes, I'm still eating. Don't worry about it. Now that I realize how reactive my model can be to height, I gotta use that more often. Almost done. Oh, what kind of charity stream is it? For what charity in specific, or what is the charity dedicated towards? Oh, just a couple pieces of pork at the very end there. That's how you finish a meal. Gulp. Oh, that hit the spot so good. I'm not an amazing cook, but when I do batch cooking, I usually do it pretty good. Oh, that hit exactly what it needed to. Enjoying your pasta? Oh, heck yeah, Brian. I just finished it. It's macaroni with peas and onions, fried pork and fried spam with a heck ton of sauce in it. So it's not crazy healthy, but it's kind of healthy. And it's just, ooh, I haven't done it with pork before, but that pork, I seasoned it extra hard. So now that it's like in the sauce, it spreads some of its flavor into the rest of the meal. Oh, and a bit of garlic powder on top of it too, just to add a little bit of a garlickiness to it. It's wonderful. I'm very happy with the way it turned out. The only problem is I ate a meal, so now I'm sleepy. So now I'm like... I'm supposed to be working now. I could take a nap instead. I don't know why my voice is making this weird modulation, but here we are. Hello, fellow mortal beings. I come from a different planet. I don't know how that sounds from an audio perspective, but that was a strange sound. The power of the vocal cords and their ability to make silly sounds is genuinely incredible. One more time. There. Mentors, helps, budding game developers in the industry, and more info than I do, as I understand. It's just like a week-long thing. Interesting. Can you toss me a DM about it, Ignis, and I'll read into it, and I'll look into it further. I appreciate the awareness of it, though. I might actually look into that. That would be fun. Alright. But in the meantime, we gotta spend our last... it should only take me about half an hour. We gotta spend the last half hour. Big meal, sleepy feel, sometimes cozy feel. Oh, man. Right, Brian? When that meal just hits and you're just in the immediate, like... I could take a nap right now. I could grab a nice cup of tea and just sit in like a lazy chair and just be like, whoop. This is where I am for the rest of the evening. All right, everybody, we're going to go back to doing the work-alongs because I want to get this. Oh, wait, I have to, first of all, because we only have one task left today. Edit a short. If we get this done, we get all 6 things done. We did our wake-up workout. We've done... or I've done the workout, I've done, the to-do list is done, the programming homework is done, I turned off the confetti, I've eaten dinner, I'm almost there. No problem at all, Brian, please have yourself a good rest of your night. Cheers, my dude. Alright, everybody, we're back in on this, and then we're going to go raid out to Cobalt if he's still streaming. I hope he is, because if he's not, I'll be sad. I'll be a very, very sad boy. I'm sure you can hear the sadness that's in my voice. Oh, and thank you for the hydrate. I swear to God, at the end of this stream, I'm gonna refill my mug and just be like, frick it, you guys want me to chug this darn thing? And then I'll die. Because this thing holds like almost a liter of water. Which I do not know how to translate into gallons. Hold on. Liters to gallons. Okay, so I don't want you don't need to learn my freaking location, Google. Get out of here. So 1 liter is about 0.26 US liquid gallons. So it's about 4 liters per gallon, roughly, give or take a couple of things. But all right, we're getting into it. And have yourself a good look, Ignis. All right, we're beginning. Boop. And Solarcy, thank you for the raid. And hello, Solarcy. And hello, Dunmuddy. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Solarcy, why are you filling my notifications with, oh, you can get stuff for Genshin Impact? Don't you know how easily distractible I am? And don't you know that I was lurking in your chat? Jeez. Because you should play. I have once upon a time. I explored a bunch, was like, that's neato. And then that's it. But hello, everybody. For those who don't know, my name is WillSleepsNot. Welcome to the Sleepy Bread Clubhouse, where we play a variety of games, and on Wednesdays we do co-work streams, and on Saturdays we do art. If that sounds appealing to you at all, then by all means sit back, relax, get cozy, get comfortable. And if not, thank you so much for stopping by. But you could explore with more pretty characters. Solarcy, I'm gonna be real with you. The biggest pull for gachas is waifus, and I could give two hecks about waifus. Therefore, gachas mean nothing to me. The only gacha that I played a notable amount was Zenless Zone Zero because I thought the combat was really, really good. Everything else mattered so little to me. Like, it's one of those things where, like, the barrier to entry is just like, do you like waifus? If you don't, you're gonna have a bad time. Don't get me wrong. I'm very glad that the peeps who do like the games. But they definitely ain't for me. Wait, my audio's... Okay, thank goodness. I was panicking for a second. I'm not better than a man I fear. Well, what the heck does that make me then? I don't know what you are. I don't know what you are, but what I am. I don't... Who do you think you are, I am? Is that what I'm supposed to take away from that? Solarcy out here being a freaking bowling god. Screaming, who do you think you are, I am? Not really sure, to be honest. This is what I am. Go to bed, you goober. Oh, I think it's delete, specifically, Dub Shadow. I think it's delete. Also, Solarcy, go take care of yourself, please. And thank you very much for the raid. There you go. Let's go. He finished his maymays. And have yourself a good night, Solarcy. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you for the raid. Very much appreciated. I will unfortunately not be that entertaining to your community because I'm going to be going back to editing my thingy. But if anybody would like to participate in working for the next, I think we still got like another 20 minutes or so. Gave up on the maymays. You can't just give up on maymays. That's like what fuels the internet. Yes, if you would like to participate at all, you could simply need to type !task and then type in what task you're working on, and it will be added to the list of lovely individuals here who have already done so. And I'm going to get back to muted. And I'm sorry to hear that it's not viable, though, Dub Shadow, but at least you tried. We appreciate a good attempt. All right, we're going back under. And we finish with a minute left. Let's heckin' go. That is the final thing on my list for today. Whoop. Feels good to be productive. Feels good to be able to go, and that one's done, and that one's done, and that one's done, and that one's done. Speedy edits. Well, thank you, Dub Shadow. I mean, it's just a short. Like, it's a not even a minute long short. They're relatively easy to chop up. And just be like, tuk, 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 add a little bit of flair to it here and there. Quicker than me. You'll get faster over time, I assure you. The only reason that I know how to do that as fast as I do is because I made a frick ton of shorts. Takes me 4 days. Nah, I believe in your abilities to do it. Even if it is the most simple of editing, I know that you could cut that down to like 30 minutes a short. Roughly. Depending on how much time you have, of course. Alright, and with that, I am gonna do a final stretch. Oh. Excellent. During this stream, there was a car accident outside, and they've already cleaned it up. So, that's good. I do love overcomplicating things. Hey, me too, my dude. Me too. But don't worry. I believe in your abilities to slice it down. It is possible. It is completely doable. Like, if I can learn it, and I'm not a very quick learner, anybody can figure out how to do it. Alright, I think, though, this is where we are done for the evening. I did say that we were going to go ahead and raid Cobalt, because he's only got a couple of days left before his big vacay. So I think that's what we're going to do. I think that's the correct thing. And nice, I'm glad that you had dinner, Dub Shadow. Although technically, I should raid another co-worker, shouldn't I? That is something I should do. You know what? We'll see if we can find somebody who's doing co-work streams at the moment. A fellow VTuber, if possible. I don't normally do this because I'm actually terrified of streaming or raiding new people, because there's always that, like, what if they're weird? What if they cause problems? A surprisingly lack of VTubers working on co-working streams at the moment as well. Huh. Well, let me check this one really quickly. Oh, Kazoo! Wait, are you done streaming? Damn it, you are. Gosh dang it, Kazoo. I didn't even get a chance to watch. All tears, no fears. How are you, by the way, though? You catch us right at the end of a stream. Okay. I don't want to go through all of these peeps and be like, yeah, we'll quickly, I guess, quality control them. It's like, that takes a bit of time. Let's not do that today. My cautionary innards are just like, no, what if they're strange in the sense of, like, how to say it? Toxic. Gotta catch for a little bit. Why, thank you for being here. Always appreciate it, cousin. We were doing working stream today, so we were doing all the productivity. We got all of my things that I wanted to get done today done, so that means I gotta do even more after stream. And hell yeah, Kazoo, that's a brand new emote. I made it yesterday? Yesterday. Yeah, it is very, very, very new. I was like, we're gonna make this a follower emote. It's the correct thing to do. Oh, thank you very much, I appreciate it. All right, yeah. Yeah. We gotta go support Cobalt. Because he's almost gonna be on vacation soon. And that nerd needs to be reminded that people enjoy his company. That's my story, sticking to it. Oh, let me shoulder pop. And shoulder pop. And alright, I did say I would chug the last of my water if we were done stream, so... Oh yeah, I'm wearing half of that cup. No worries. That's why we have a tissue nearby. Ugh. That's how you end stream. Just chug. I don't know how much water that was, but enough to make it a miserable, miserable mess. But also, we are done for streaming for today. I have to do this now. I have to force myself to make sure that I'm doing these two things. So if you would like to follow me in any location, there's all the places that you can follow me. Excuse me, I drank a lot of water. If you would like to support me in any other way that isn't a follow or watching or subscription, you can find them in that location. In any of those locations, rather. I'm very good at words, you see. All right, we're gonna head on over to Cobalt. He is currently playing his card addiction game. One might call it Balatro. I would never call it that, but some people have been known to call it that. And 13 people, thank you so much, you lovely individuals for coming by. And Fida, good luck with the rendering. I hope that they go as smoothly as they can and that there's no artifacting, because if there's artifacting, I'll go have a talking to the concept known as Blender for you. I will pierce the veil of into the realm of conceptual beings, and I will find Blender and be like, you giving my friend Fida a hard time? Oh, about to become a pain train over here. Alright, everybody, if you guys are subscribed, please use the top right message. If you're not subscribed, use the bottom right message. I talk too much, and now I gotta do the outro really quickly, so... Thank you guys so much for sticking around with you. We're chatting with you. We're lurking with you. Just popped in and out for a second. Know that you were super appreciated. I hope you guys are having a great day, afternoon, evening, or night, whatever time it have to be for you. Hope you guys are taking care of yourselves. Hope that you're drinking plenty of water, and when you finally do sleep, whatever time it have to be for you. I hope that you have a very restful sleep. I will see you guys over at Cobalt, and I will hopefully see you guys the next time that I see you. Bye-bye for now. Have yourself a great week and subsequent weekend. Bye-bye!